Good morning, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues.
Bonjour, Excellences, collègues et chers amis. Je vous remercie d'être ici avec nous ce matin pour notre séance sur l'uniformisation des données pour la sécurité routière, les stratégies, les politiques et le contrôle du progrès. Nous avons des personnes très calées, mais nous espérons que vous allez avoir des questions à la fin. Nous voudrions que ce soit interactif. Donc, si vous avez des choses à dire, venez vers nous et nous serions heureux de vous écouter. C'est un honneur d'être ici. Moi, je suis Emma McNevin. Je suis directeur adjoint du nouvel observatoire soutenu par la Banque mondiale et créé par l'Union européenne qui travaille avec le gouvernement dans 5 pays du partenariat oriental, l'Arménie, la Moldavie, la Géorgie et l'Ukraine. Le but de cet observatoire est de dire ce qu'il dit, c'est-à-dire encourager les stratégies, la politique et le contrôle de la sécurité routière. Et je suis vraiment heureuse du progrès dans ces pays. Quelques mots concernant les données. Nous savons qu'une fois qu'on a les données, alors on peut savoir où sont les problèmes et d'autres agences peuvent agir pour renforcer les capacités. Ce sont des paroles du directeur du transport de la Banque mondiale. Et puis, malheureusement, les données sur les enfants et les adolescents ne sont pas suffisantes. Et cela a été dit lors du rapport de l'UNICEF sur la protection des jeunes filles. Les données doivent être améliorées et nous savons.
Words of Dr. Etienne Krug from the World Health Organization speaking in the opening plenaries. Director General of the UN, Tedros Ghebreyesus, called on us and on governments to build road safety strategies rooted in good data. And Jean Todt challenged us, why not strengthen our data collection everywhere? We heard from the wonderful Sana Kasaune from yours, Youth for Road Safety, and she said, if the data is there, then the solutions are there. Dr. Abdul Baghani from Johns Hopkins University sadly told us that in many countries the data is lacking and the data quality is poor, and in no country is the data perfect. Dave Cliff of the Global Road Safety Partnership in the session on enforcement said that, and this is really a challenge to all of us, that when we talk about the 1.1 or so million road fatalities globally, much of it is an estimate because some casualties are not being captured. This is what we're going to talk about today. We've got a highly talented panel for you, including Benasser Boulajul, the chair of the African Road Safety Observatory, to whom we owe special thanks for this wonderful event. So I'd like to take a moment to applaud Benasser and all his efforts in bringing this conference together. Now, it's my pleasure, first of all, to call on Dominique Mignot, who's the chair of the International Transport Forum's URTAD group and also professor at the Université.
Good morning, dear colleagues. I will speak French. I say it in English for anglophone colleagues. I will speak French for my speech. Bonjour à tous. Donc,
Good morning. I will make an introduction to this session. My colleague has already said the most important thing that I wanted to say. I will introduce some slides on the stakes involved. You know, this chart, this graph that was published in the last WHO report that can be interpreted in different ways. It can be interpreted in a very positive way because there is a trend, a downward trend at international level, and that is positive. And here I have, I'm referring to a graph prepared by Veronique that shows the progress that is still to be made if we want to achieve the objective of the decade of action for halving the crashes victims. Now we're talking about the IRTAD report. Most of the countries were still far from achieving the objective, and therefore there's a lot to be done.
Ça veut dire
What does that mean? That means we need to implement proactive policies for road safety, policies that should be based on data. And this is my last slide. This is the key message that I would like to introduce in different ways. The first one is that there is no good road safety policy without good data, without good assessment, and without good means to implement those policies. That is the first point I wanted to share with you. For this reason, we have to act at different regional, national, and city levels. And for these elements of action that involve different spaces, and I'm sure that there will be a session that will deal with the different experiences in this respect. We will probably have a chance to go back to this. So I'm still talking about the same slide. The question of data is not a novel thing. We have all talked about on road safety data. We've been working on that for years now. But the most important thing is that you have first to collect data, the number of crash victims, number of injured people, etc. To be able to count is essential, and to be able to count well and properly is even more important. Within a city, if we want to know where the accidents happen the most or crashes happen the most, it is very important to work on the question of social and regional inequalities as far as road safety is concerned. At European level, if we don't know, for example, that there are 5 serious injured for each killed person, then we are missing on something very important. So this question of good counting of the injured and the fatalities, that is something that is fundamental. And at the same time, it is a challenging question. What is a victim, a fatality? What is an injured person? Who checks? Who counts? All of these are questions that can be quite challenging in certain countries, that raise the question of the diversity of the actors and stakeholders concerned: police, gendarmerie, hospitals, road safety observatories, NGOs, insurance companies, the media.
Tous des exemples en tête qui montrent que
all of these are involved, and they are involved in the road safety campaigns, and they can contribute or impede those campaigns. At international levels, the standardization of data is very important to be able to compare data, to measure, etc. And therefore, there is a role to be played by observatories. As far as the counting of the crash victims and injured people, for many countries, the counting of or calculation of the number of fatalities exist in all countries. As far as seriously injured people is concerned, we have the MIS 3+. Very few countries today are capable of coming up with the figures for the seriously injured here. We have much progress to make as far as basic knowledge of seriously injured people is concerned, which means that the stakeholders I mentioned earlier need to work together. Of course, we have some very good examples, some success stories, best practices. It doesn't mean that there's ideal practices. It doesn't mean that if it works well in a country, it will work well in another country. We have different practices, and that is why it is interesting to come up with the observatories that at a regional level can harmonize the data, because countries share things in terms of in cultural or geographical considerations, and therefore we are able to make comparisons and compare methods. As beyond the calculation or the counting of the casualties and the injured people, we can go beyond that, and we can also address the pre-crash considerations. What happens before a crash? The aim is not to say how to analyze the accident or the crash, but how to prevent it. Therefore, we have analysis methods that work on behavior, on gender, on infrastructure. Therefore, all of these data goes beyond just the mere counting of casualties and injured people, and therefore it's not that easy actually. These last few years, AI has been involved tremendously in this sector, and it can help with this question of road safety. Maybe artificial intelligence will enable us to make a better use of the data collected at hospitals in order to count the seriously injured very quickly. And maybe we can have a better approach to the number of crashes by building on the local press or the media, or to come up with an observatory of the speed observatories. In the new stakes, the question of mobility, e-scooters, mopeds, we have a very troubling lack of data as far as risks are concerned. And here again, artificial intelligence could help us to improve the data and therefore our knowledge about this element. The last focus I wanted to share with you in this introductory remarks is at what scale we should be working. This is maybe a false question. We have to be working at all regional and spatial levels where the stakeholders can mobilize and work together. Here again, observatories have a very important role in the sense that beyond the standardization of methods and data, they can play an essential role in mobilizing local stakeholders at country and regional level. I was talking about the local elements. Yesterday we had a session on cities. It is extremely important to have action that is city-oriented. We saw yesterday what could be done if we act on mass transit, on mobility modes. We can see that at city level there is a possibility to have there are plenty of things that can be done to improve road safety. And we can also establish a link between the environment policy and road safety. There are a lot of links between the two, between the different regions, and they need to reduce speed, and that has a major impact on road safety. And we should be able to measure this as well, and therefore we should be able to work at that level in cities. To conclude, and in order not to take too much of your time, I would say that we need to make sure that road safety competencies become a priority at different levels, at city level, at national and regional levels, and also at international level. And my last word is simply to say that the stakes are really high here for regional observatories to contribute to this coordination. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dominique. Please come and join me on the stage because there may be questions to you. Thank you for that very interesting discourse. If you could sit in the second to last chair, that would be very nice. It's now my pleasure to call onto the stage some of our eminent speakers. And I would like to begin with calling Mr. Benasser Boulajul to come and join me. Thank you, Benasser. And then could I call Mr. Thomas Nerold? And Mr. Satya Boran. And Joint Secretary Sushil Dahal. Gitam Tiwari, please join us. And last but not least, we have Manuel Salan. Thank you, dear colleagues. I'd like to begin today with an introduction to each of our eminent panelists. And I'd like to start with Mr. Benasser Boulajul, who everyone knows. He really needs no introduction. But I was hoping, Benasser, if you could maybe say a few words to us, perhaps 2 minutes each, about, in your case, your role in the African Road Safety Observatory, which is so important. Benasser, please.
Thank you for moderating this session. Thank you so much for coming here and contributing to the success of this event. So, I will speak in French.
Personally, I presided the Provisional Committee of the African Observatory for Road Safety. This observatory is a project we've been working on for the last 6 years already. Unfortunately, we have not been able to establish it on the ground, but within this provisional committee, we have held a number of meetings. We have a plan of action we're working on, and we have organized training sessions for national data coordinators at African countries level. And we have also published a report on the situation of road safety in Africa, or the status, rather, of road safety in Africa. As far as the legal considerations are concerned, for this observatory to be created, the charter has to be signed by a minimum of 15 countries. 13 have already signed, so we are 2 countries short in this. During this conference, we have tried to mobilize countries to have 2 more African countries on board in order to be able to start with a secretariat and other organizational considerations. We're still working on this, and therefore we're just waiting to achieve this 15-member country that have signed to start. This is a very interesting and lofty objective, and it can serve as a relay for the WHO to collect data on road safety. I think that the work that is done by the World Health Organization for data collection, if we were to have a regional observatory, the reports prepared by WHO would be simply a compilation of the work of regional observatories, and that is why we have been working on this. And the questionnaire that we are using is based on the same WHO model, and the same thing for the national road safety data coordinators, and therefore the model that we are using today can be generalized, and I think that a regional observatory can have a major impact on improving road safety, because first it will be possible to assist countries in the data compilation, and it will also be a medium for the sharing of experiences, and also to work on other levers of action. As far as I'm concerned, the data should not be limited to crashes are simply the reflection of dysfunctions of the whole system, and therefore we should be able to address all the indicators, including behavior. And today we should not wait for this data, because if you wait, the crash will happen anyway. So we should be able to help the planners to come up with efficient strategies. And I think to be able to come up with those strategies, we should deal with everything that is upstream. That is the pre-crash elements, like respect of the speed limit, what is the average speed in a country, what is the prevalence or compliance rate of the helmet wearing, etc. So all of these elements are elements that should be taken into consideration.
Yes, and I'm sure you will have that. Thank you. I'd like to turn next to Thomas Nerol, who's from the Road Safety Department. He's the director of the Road Safety Department within the Ministry of Transport in the Czech Republic. Thomas, could you introduce yourself and say, for a couple of minutes, a bit more about your role and your main objectives and challenges?
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm really honored to be part of such a distinguished panel. I've been working at the position of the head of the Road Safety Department at the Czech Ministry of Transport for since 2018. So it's been a couple of years, and it was a lucky period of time to become a newcomer at that time in road safety community, because it was the time when we were putting together the new action plan, the new strategy for this current decade, and among other positions and roles that I take in this process, it was to formulate this strategy, which was very exciting work. And I have to say, I don't want to talk about me alone. I was very lucky to have a Transport Research Center of the Czech Republic, which is a research institute which has been very active in road safety for many years. Some of you probably know or have some collaboration with this organization. Together with Transport Research Institute, we really put a lot of effort into actually base the new strategic plan on evidence-based, on data analysis, and trying to come up with the clear data. Maybe one message I would like to take, maybe share out of this experience is that there is always, you need to prioritize in road safety and in every strategy. I strongly believe that if we only have the general targets, we have a huge gap between them and the real, the action that actually the measures that actually can change anything in the real life. And data, the role of the data is exactly that they can help you to really target the specific measures so that you really change something on the road. So actually in the strategy we did a very broad analysis where we used basically 4 sources. The quite widely used police data from investigation, from accident investigation, so the police reports. Then KPIs, collected KPIs, which we have been doing in the Czech Republic for about 10, 15 maybe years actually. So it was even before the European projects started, which are very valuable, and we'll maybe get to the regional collaborations in the baseline and trendline projects. So these data, the KPIs, are really collected on spot, observation of drivers' behavior, helmets wearing, seat belt use, speed of the cars on different types of roads, alcohol, etc. So all the key KPIs. And we analyzed this as this was the second source. The third source of data we relied on is the in-depth accident analysis, which is done by the Transport Research Center. And we, unfortunately, it's not for the whole country, but we do it in one region, one of our 14 regions. So it's quite a representative area. And we actually, in this accident analysis, in-depth analysis, the team analyzes every accident with injury, even minor injury. So we have very interesting data out of this. So this was the basis for the strategy, and it's also the basis for our monitoring of the strategy. So to close up, not to talk too long for the introduction, sorry for that. I'm also very glad to be part of the high-level group on road safety, which is an EU body, and with some of my colleagues actually present here, we share a lot of valuable experience, and also I work as a secretary of the Intergovernmental Road Safety Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. One thing that I particularly like about Thomas's CV is that not only is he a road safety specialist, he has a background in journalism. And I think we need to communicate, particularly about things like seatbelt wearing and helmets. And it's good to have good communicators. So thank you for that introduction. Now, Satya Boran, I'm delighted to have you here. Satya is the Deputy Director of the Department of Road Traffic Safety in Cambodia. And please, Satya, tell us about your work.
Okay, thank you, Emma, for inviting me in this event. It's really important to join, and first of all, I would like to thank you to the Ministry of Land and Logistics and also the WHO for the effort to make this event happen. It's really important for the road safety. And now back to my personal background. I work in the National Road Safety Committees and also a part of the official of the Ministry of Public Works and Transport. And what my role is focused on the road safety audit and also non-road crash data collections. And also involved with the development of the national road safety, development of the national plan for the decade of action of the road safety in Cambodia as well. And I would like to take this opportunity to share with you about what Cambodians have related to the road crash data system. In Cambodia, we do have a national road crash data system called Suivez, which is the data we got from two main sources of data. One is from police, and another one is from health sectors. So this is important for Cambodia to understand the situations of the road crash in Cambodia and to build or to design an action plan how to tackle the problem. And with me, I have the delegate also from Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Health as well join with me. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank to them, because without their effort, we cannot have those data on place. So I think that's all to share for my first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Satya. And I know compared to the region where we work with the Eastern Partnership Road Safety Observatory, you have many different challenges than we have. You have many two-wheelers. Helmet wearing is a huge issue, whereas it's an issue everywhere. But I will explore later with you the issue about health data and police data, which we've been hearing about in other sessions as well. So I'd like to now go to Sushil Dakal, who's Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Physical Infrastructure and Transport in Nepal. I'm happy to see so many Nepalese delegates here at this event. I think it's an indication of how important road safety is in Nepal. So I'm looking forward to your introduction. Please, Sushil.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the organizer, for this critical platform. I am Sushil Dakal. I am a Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Physical Infrastructure and Transport, Government of Nepal. Also, I am leading the Asia Pacific Road Safety Observatory as a chairperson. And in Nepal, my ministry is the lead agency in the area of policy formulation to the implementation regarding the road safety matters. And in the recent days, we are highly concerned with the road safety issues because in every day, in average, we are losing the most, highly esteemed people in Nepal. And every numbers, every victims has impacted badly to the society and to the national economy. And these figures everywhere similar in the low-income countries in the Asia-Pacific region. So I am also concerned with this data, and we'll discuss about those issues in this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sushil. And now I go to Geetam Tiwari, who I know by reputation. I don't think we've met face-to-face, but we both lecture at the Delft University road safety courses. So I'm delighted to have you with us today. Geetam is an expert in the Transportation Research and Injury Prevention Center in the Indian Institute of Technology and an eminent expert on road safety globally. Please, Geetam.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this very important panel. As academic, data is our daily bread and butter. We cannot do any work without good quality data. So I have been with Transportation Research and Injury Prevention Center at the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, for last 32 years. And now I'm an emeritus professor. So very early on, with my colleagues coming from different departments and centers within IIT, we started looking at a really detailed understanding of police data. Because as we've heard earlier, also police data is the place where you start your road safety work. And I think what 2 or 3 very important understandings we have. Data is important. More important is to understand who's collecting it and for what purpose. Police collects data for legal purposes. But this whole gathering, and now we are all more concerned about understanding the systemic risk, understanding the emerging risk in the system, and designing our effective interventions and finding out whether those interventions are effective or not. So for this reason, now we have to go a little bit deeper. Police data is good to give us trends and identify priorities. Next step is that we have understood in our work with my colleagues, mix that data with other data sources. And we need not have a lot of details for every single crash, but as good statisticians, we know how to draw reliable samples and expend our efforts in understanding details of those samples. So disaggregate data, getting into the details and understanding the motivation behind the institution or person collecting data becomes extremely important to understand reliability and to understand the usefulness of that data. Maybe just a quick 1 or 2 examples, and then we will take it up in the next round. For example, we know that so speed is important. We have a lot of new technologies which is giving us also understanding of speed and violation of speed. But my understanding of systems thinking tells me, let us identify places where majority people tend to speed up. And go back and check what is it that most people are speeding up there. How we understand that behavior and change the infrastructure. So this kind of motivation becomes extremely important. So data, but going to the next levels of how you interpret that data becomes even more important. And this is what we have been doing in our work with my colleagues. And we have been actually looking at national level data published by a ministry, but putting it together by looking at other sources, and we've been publishing it for last 15 years, status of road safety in India. That data tells us, everybody knows that in India we have not been able to reduce total number of crashes. However, in last 5 years, the rate has stabilized. There are 10 states of India where the number of fatalities have come down. So disaggregation is important. Second important report that we have been working with Delhi government is data to action report. So taking police data and then synthesizing it in a way that the Delhi government can have very targeted interventions. So these are some good examples how you use data, and this is the kind of work we do in our center. Thank you.
Thank you, Gitan. I'm so pleased that you mentioned the role of academics in all of this. One of the messages from this event has been the importance of civil society, academia, NGOs in furthering road safety aims. And we mustn't forget that important role, particularly when it comes to KPIs and other areas that are difficult to collect data on. So it's my pleasure to turn now to Manuel Salat, who's the director of the National Road Safety Observatory in France, and also an active member of the IRTAD group. Please, Manuel.
Thank you very much, Emma. I'll be speaking in French so that our African colleagues can have a bit of French here. Donc, je suis très honorée.
I'm honored to have been invited to share my experience at the level of the National Observatory, Interministerial Observatory. I have been at the head of this observatory for the last 12 years. I would like to thank the Moroccan government for the extraordinary organization of this conference and the involvement of ITF. The mission of the observatory I consider myself to be somewhere between the academia, including Gustave Eiffel University in France, the University in Strasbourg, and the political decision makers. What are the levers that we can work on? Are they going to be efficient? Have they been efficient? And have these measures or levers been put into action? There's a first mission for the observatory is to consolidate the data on traffic crashes. The second mission is to be able to run a program on a research program or project. And at the same time, we take stock of the situation. But if we want to understand the mechanisms, you have to zoom in, and that is through the research work studies for which the academia is very important. And the third mission is to be able to assess. When you come up with a road safety measure, the first thing to do is to see or to assess to what extent it has been efficiently put in place. You decide to offer the possibility to come up with different kinds of tests that involve vehicles for people who violate the traffic laws, or if you want to come up with, if you don't have the number of people who use these devices, then you don't have the data that you need. When you make a decision, you have to think, how am I going to make sure that I can assess and whether this measure is efficient as far as road safety is concerned, or lack of road safety, rather. Therefore, these are the three main missions, and they can be summarized. They are summarized in a document that the observatory has been publishing since 1954. And on our website, you have a document for each year since 1954. So this is an annual tally that includes three components. There is an analysis of the crash data. There is a component on the studies that have been carried out and that have made it possible to better understand the mechanisms involved in crashes. And there is a component on assessment that is also related to studies. And the aim is to make sure that we assess public policy and its efficiency or lack of efficiency. And therefore, you can see how the situation has evolved since 1954. Since I came, the report was 700 pages long, and there were many, many, many graphs and tables there. And for a decision maker to read 700 pages, that's simply impossible. And therefore, I reorganized this report. For example, if you want, what are the problems with pedestrians in France? There are 2 pages on that. Problem with cyclists, 2 pages. Problem with infrastructure, also 2 pages. Because in France, a local official reads 2 pages, and the minister would read only 1 page. And throughout the year, this tally that calls for a lot of effort makes it possible to answer questions from the media, from the decision makers, from Parliament. And it is also spread out and circulated to the local NGOs, to road safety agencies at a local level. So the dissemination of this information is extremely important. And I would like simply to point out, and because time is of the essence, that I want to share with you something important on data. We have to be pragmatic. There is no excellent data. We have to keep in mind that we have to have a clear idea about the quality of the data available. In France, there are about 230,000 injured people. In my database, I have 70,000 injured people. Are they representative enough? Maybe I need a different typology of crashes. And if you have one message to one takeaway, just go back to your countries. Do I have accidents for two-wheelers, whether motorized or not, motorcycles or bicycles? So, and if my data doesn't cover that kind of injured people or crashes, then you are not in a position to have a good idea of what is happening in France. And I'm sure that in Europe it must be or should be the same situation. About a third of casualties for two-wheelers, but it's 60 or 70% of injured people. And injured people also has a cost as far as road safety or lack of road safety. A quarter is casualties, another quarter are seriously injured people, and half is moderate or injuries. But keep in mind that these are people who will live with a post-traumatic stress or disability.
Excellent points in that. And I particularly having worked in Parliament, in British Parliament, I loved your point about 2 pages for a local mayor or someone and 1 page for a minister, and I know that to be true. We need to be good communicators. But I also appreciated all the points you were making about the underreporting in certain areas. And I wonder actually if I could jump to Thomas, because I'm wondering now what new tools there may be available for us for capturing data that we're not capturing today. Are there any new technologies that could assist us? And sometimes in low and middle income countries, you can get a sort of jumping forward through new technologies when they're made available. I wonder if you could comment on the Czech experience, because I know you've done some work on this.
Well, to maybe, I'm not really going to pretend that I'm a technology expert, but what I will try to share with you, or give you the idea, is from a position of the ministry, so the authority who actually sets the plans and the policies, where we kind of stand now, and it's a very fresh experience. So maybe to put it into a context with the data use in road safety, I think the current data landscape or road safety data landscape is quite is very exciting, but a little bit confusing at the same time, because we actually don't even use, as was said before, we don't even get a good use of the, let's call it, traditional data that we have from the police reports. The police reports, and it was mentioned here, are quite limited. Then it's very difficult to actually pass it to the decision makers, that they really use the data. So we have a lot of traditional data, but we don't even make the decision makers always to really believe in the data. They often believe in what is their perception. And at the same time, we now, and here comes to play the new technologies, we have options to use the inbuilt systems in the car, so the data from the modern technologies, specifically from the cameras in the car or all the sensors in the car, and these give us a completely new level of data on road safety, and it can actually give us some unparalleled insights. And to be more specific, what our new or fresh experience is, we are trying now, and we started a project which we finance from a state damage prevention fund to actually get buy data from automotive. I will not be specific here, and to at the same time analyze it together with the insurance sector, which is involved, and with the data analysis specialists, and to actually define the road safety hotspots in a more detail out of this data. Again, I cannot be really specific on this because every automotive is very much focused on not really making this public what they have, what kind of data, but you can get information from the hazard warning, and you can get information about direction before the emergency braking. So the emergency braking is very important data source because it shows you irregularities of behavior of either the car or the driver. And you can get precise data whether a vulnerable road user was involved, whether where happened the incident, exact location, direction of the speed, etc. So you can actually really see in a kind of heat map where the cars and the drivers behave irregular. So it's an excellent tool to actually really have a hotspot. And now come to kind of close it up. But then what we have found out is that my question was, okay, but this all sounds amazing, but how do we actually get the road safety data? How do we get it out of the automotive, etc.? And honestly, this is a huge challenge because first, and this is maybe my kind of a call to the private sector too, it's necessary to really be more open from the side of the automotive on this, because anonymous data for road safety research is very important, but actually to get it out of the automotive you pay a high price, and it's difficult to really get the interest into collaboration. So once you actually get it for the road safety research, you have another challenge, which is that you have very, very broad, immense data from the cameras, and you need to analyze it, which, however, is possible. And we are now taking the first steps to get a kind of heat map of the road safety hotspots.
Excellent, thank you. Benazir, I wonder if I could turn to you.
Thank you, Emma. Juste par rapport à cette question du...
As regards this question of new technology, I would like to talk about the case of Morocco. We have a system, a data collection system that is based on the documents that are filled out by the police in urban settings and the Royal Gendarmerie outside the cities. These documents are filled out by hand, and they are sent on a daily basis, on a monthly basis. They are sent to the central authority, and then we enter the data, and we have an idea about the general situation, and we constitute our database more or less similar to the same kind of report that Mrs. Salate talked about. So this is a system in which we have a lot of dysfunctions regarding geolocation as far as crashes are concerned. I think that a database that generates about 100 variables, I think that if we do not manage to geolocalize these crashes, then this does not serve to, this is not very really helpful as far as the road safety is concerned. And therefore, we came up with a new system that is being tested and that will start, that will be implemented as of next June, and it is based on new technology in order to take into consideration geolocation. The gendarmerie and the police have a new system that will have an idea, exact idea about the place, exact or specific place where the crash occurs, and the information will be sent in real time, and that will make it possible in the day, within the same day or in the following day, an idea about the accidents that occurred or crashes that have occurred, and therefore we could have at least minimum information on the crashes and to be able to react in real time if there are any dysfunctions or critical elements to be taken into account. And at the end of each month, since we have to respect the definition of or the 30-day time limit, we should be able to have to act quickly as far as compiling the reports is concerned, because today we have to wait for March or April to come up with the reports for the previous year, whereas with this system we should be able to be much quicker for the preparation, as far as the preparation of annual reports is concerned. We have a responsibility that is we are required by the law to come up with these reports on road safety. It's mandatory, and therefore so this question of matching data is concerned. I think that a number of variables have to be taken into account, although they are given by the gendarmerie and the police. Maybe they should also be provided by other sources, and maybe even medical practitioners could also be involved. And therefore, it would be interesting to have interaction with other stakeholders, with the emergency services, ambulances that are in charge of the transfer of the victims and injured people, and also have a confirmation of the or the at least the opinion of the medical staff and medical practitioners, and think that this is information and data that has to be provided by the hospital staff. And the new technology makes it possible for us to go beyond this. And the annual report deals with the number of casualties, with the different typologies that was described by Manuel. But I think that there are other data that we have to look for elsewhere. For example, today the automated radars can provide extensive information on the violations, on speed, and there are also a number of embedded systems that can also give us information on the driver behavior. And all of this integration of different devices, including other information systems, including those involving insurance, can be very helpful. That concern non-bodily harm also are very important, and that can be there are thousands and thousands of variables that have to be taken into consideration, and that can be included in our reports. And therefore, within this interoperability, we have signed an agreement with the Moroccan Insurance Federation, and we shall be able to have access to their database to have a better idea about the crashes. And there are a number of information data that do not need to be provided by the gendarmerie or the police, then because we can get that information from elsewhere. And if we can get information from other databases, then the gendarmerie and police should not are not really obliged to give us that information. And all of that can enrich the data that we receive. Thank you.
You raised so many very interesting and important issues, and I love the word interoperability because it's key in what we do. And we've been hearing a bit, you touched as well on MICE 3 and injury data, etc. Satya, I'm going to turn to you, but one of the things that we know is pressing is matching the health service data to the police data, and it seems that nowhere is there terrible, tremendous success in doing this. There always seem to be barriers, but also Benacer has raised many other sources of data, the insurance industry and others, where we could be harvesting data for public health, which would be really, really helpful. I wonder, Satya, if you could say something about Cambodia and how you use the health data and the police data together to help you formulate your policy perspectives.
Okay, thank you for the question. And this is a long story for Cambodia, how to combine these two main sources of data together. And also I would like to take this opportunity to thank that, because without the support from the expert from ITF and also Handicap International, so this also could not happen. And the Johns Hopkins as well is the one of the institute that always support Cambodia in improving the road crash data collection. So let's start from the beginning. So first, two ministries have collected road crash data, but they collect separately. So we want to integrate that road crash data system, because if we depends on the police data, so some victim that fatal in the hospital, we will be lost. So we have to ensure that all the fatality data will be registered into our system. So in order to do this, we have a standardized form throughout our country, and the form between police data and the hospital data could link to each other. For example, there are some criteria that we could link both data together, such as the name of the victim, date of crash, and the place of crash, and many other criteria that could identify that these two data form is represent to one victim. So this is very important, yes. And also the definition of the data is also important as well. So we follow the WHO guideline, who mentioned what is the definition of the fatality crash, what is the definition of the severe injury crash or slight injury. So we follow all these guidelines or instruction from the international organizations, so it could improve the Cambodian data collection more standard and could compare to other neighboring country, also international country as well. This is also important thing that I hope that all the audience here have already know about this. So thank you.
Thank you, Satya. And you raise a very, very important point about comparing with other countries and sharing data. And actually, I'd like to turn to Sushil to discuss this a bit more. What do you think the role could be for government and for other public authorities and civil society as well to promote the sharing of data between different agencies, but also from one country to another. And those of you who are in observatories, what role could observatories play in doing this too? Please.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Data, the challenges in the data, mainly the fragmented data, inconsistency in the data, and inaccessibility in the data. These are the major problems associated with the data. In Nepal also, we are facing these three problems. Similarly, if you see the current data published by the Asia Pacific Road Safety Observatory and by the WHO, let me highlight some few data. The Global Status Report, mentioned that more than 92% of the fatalities in the road accident, the weightage goes to the low and middle income countries. Only 60% of the global fleet of the vehicles are in these regions. Only 10% of the paved roads are there. Out of 10 accidents, 9 happens in those low and income countries. The economic loss is around 3 to 5% of the national GDP. It is very bad to say that 21 deaths on 100,000 in the low-income countries, whereas 8 in high-income countries. This shows that there are huge investments to be made on the data preparation. Why? Because data informs us the policy-making process, data advises us the making the strategy, and data informs us what to do, when to do, and how to monitor it. Ultimately, the data will facilitate us to make the improvements in the fact basis, in the factly outcome basis. That is why we have to work for the data. We know every crashes are particular. It gives the story separate, and those will give us the separate lesson. So every story in every country is a lesson for another country. The Asia Pacific Road Safety Observatory, which is a regional forum, which is focal to this region for the road safety, it bridges the gap to fulfill the gap in terms of the data, standardization, data integration, and data dissemination. So this forum, make the data precise by making the experts, officials of those regions, making them capacity building programs. We have recently visited Japan. We have learned many things there regarding the compact city concept, how to develop the people-oriented city, how to make the street not designed for only the vehicle, it shall be designed for the people. So these are the things to be made, and we, as the road safety is a shared responsibility, there is importance between the intergovernmental agency as well as the inter-country share the experience. Let me highlight some, recent data currently published by the Asia Pacific Road Safety Observatory. The road fatalities in the Asia Pacific region fallen only 11% since 2010. 67% of countries of the region have reduced road fatalities, but only 8 have achieved around 30% or more. And the only low income countries, there is only 4% decline in the road fatality. This shows there are some things to be done. Yet it demands some interventions. And there is a need of some intervention, there is need of some improvement. And the Asia Pacific Road Safety Observatory, and like such observatories shall be there, who support the member countries. What is the gap? How to attack on those gaps? How to bridge the gap? So there is the importance, there is the necessity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushil. And I think that a country like Nepal, the East, I'm the Director General of East. We work in 15 countries in Central Asia, Eastern Europe, South Caucasus, Balkans. Many of the countries where we work are very mountainous and suffer from natural disasters. So while we can compare data internationally, in some senses there's no equivalence. How do you get quickly to the scene of a crash in a very high, remote mountain region where there's poor telephone communication? And yet we've heard from Jamie Leather, these are the countries that need the most help. Jamie Leather has said, if you give us the data, we can help. But those are the countries where data collection is hardest as well. So I think there's a role for all of us, academics, observatories, and actually I'd like to have just two quick answers from Gitam and from Manuel, because it would be nice to take one or two questions from the audience before closing. First, Gitam, could I ask you really about the role that academics can play and research institutes can play in ensuring that the data gets out there and is used to support strategies and is used to support also donor assistance where it's needed?
I would say an extremely important role, because understanding the data is what comes from academic understanding. And couple of, again, quick examples. So data linkage, everybody has talked about, it's important. We need to make use of insurance data, health sector data, police data. But as academics, and because we get into a depth of who's collecting and why, we understand that insurance data, at least in India, I know, will not give us good information about whether the person was wearing a helmet or seatbelt or alcohol. The reason is that if they did not, then they will not get insurance compensation. So it's extremely important to understand these underlying things, and once you unpack this and then prepare these couple of short briefs for policymakers. In my country, the priority is pedestrians and motorized two-wheelers, number one. Now with GPS locations have become much easier to identify. There is also a little bit of a trick, but anyway. So I can say these are the places where motorized two-wheelers are getting involved in fatal crashes. This is where motorized two-wheelers are hitting pedestrians. Unless we get into this kind of level of detail, policymakers would not know what to do about infrastructure, also enforcement. Because with very good, and with new technologies we have with us, we have videos, we can do quick analysis of videos, percentage of people wearing helmets, non-compliance, etc. Then the policymakers, we can tell them, this is where you need to have targeted intervention. And then the next level of academic role is basically to go back after a few years and evaluate. What is the effectiveness of this measure? So I think this is important.
Thank you, Gitam. Manuel, could you talk about observatories? I was a little bit sad to see that the word observatory wasn't included in the declaration, although data plays an important role. But I understand that observatories are still held as very important by the global road safety community. Could you please underline for us what their role is in all of this?
Alors, le rôle...
The role of observatories, actually there are observatories at all levels. In France, I represent the National Observatory, but I have observatories at the departmental levels, regional observatories. All of these observatories, if I bring them together, they can discuss work methods, difficulties, because they are working on their own at departments, and therefore the role of the observatory is to be able to exchange with the observatories with the same mission. As a national observatory, I'm alone in France, and therefore I will be discussing with the national observatories in other countries. And the Regional European Observatory is the venue where we meet, exchange on our methods, have new ideas, and from time to time come up with indicators that are comparable. IRTAD, since we've talked about this within the OECD, is at international level, which means a higher level. And what I like about IRTAD is that people like myself, that is observatories that are close to decision-making circles, and academia who always say, I want to have more data, data has of a better quality, etc. My last message regarding this question is that at the end of the day, we can do a lot of complicated things as far as road safety is concerned. But for policymakers, you have to have simple messages. You have to be able to come up with a simple diagnosis. Because it is very important. There are about in France there are 65 million inhabitants and 65 million specialists in road safety, which means that people have this embedded in them. It's a gut instinct. And this is good. What is good in the road security, when the road is straight, that it's quite comfortable. But I know as an observatory that when there's a straight road, people tend to speed and they might lose control of the vehicle. Not necessarily all the time, but the risk is higher and the seriousness of the crash would be quite significant. And therefore, we have casualties in straight roads when it's sunny and when the road is quite wide, and therefore we have to be careful. And we have to decide where or which roads are prone to crashes. If you have mountain roads, if you have precipices, you have if it's narrow, etc., the accidents tend to be quite limited. But if you're dealing with a wide highway or road, then people tend to speed. And therefore, in terms of security or lack of security, or lack of safety, then it is there that you have the highest number of crashes, and it's the observatory that will tell you that.
I know that. Thank you all. I must thank all of our eminent panel. I'm not sure if we have to rush out. Do we have time for one question from the audience or two? Would that be possible? Are there people who would like to ask any questions of our panel? Oops, excuse me. No? Well, in that case, then, I want to thank all of you for your attention. I hope that, like me, that you found it really very, very... I could stay here another 3 hours, actually, and question all of you and learn a lot. But I want to thank you all, and let's have a round of applause for our really excellent experts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to our stunning Master of Ceremony, Nabila Kilani.
Ladies and gentlemen, the audience, cinema lovers, and who cares about the road safety issues, welcome to this ceremony of awards within this fourth Ministerial Conference of Road Safety here in Morocco, the beating heart of culture and history here in Morocco. Before we start, and for the first time, we launched an international innovation competition in the field of road safety, hoping that this initiative will become a tradition accompanying future editions of the Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. We'd like to extend a warm gratitude to the jury members whose effort made this initiative possible. Well, thanks to the World Health Organization, World Intellectual Property Organization, the World Bank Group, the International Economic Forum, the Moroccan Office of Industrial and Commercial Property, the AFID Association, the Moroccan Association for Research and Innovation, and also the National Road Safety Agency. After a rigorous evaluation process, the jury has selected the winners based on precise criteria. Now, I call on Bright Awaya, the Road Safety Advocacy Coordinator, to present the Innovation Awards. So, we can now request each winner to kindly move forward to the scene so they can receive their award. Okay.
The winner is Deval Darren, United Kingdom, the project AI-powered road safety enhancement.
Congratulations to Darren Naval من المملكة
Darren Duval from the United Kingdom. Congratulations.
In the center of the stage, please, to take your prize. تحت تصفيقات.
Round of applause, please.
Thank you. جائزة.
Moving on, jury's special award.
Can we just discover? Can she have her envelope? Yes, it's coming. So, all good.
And yes, the jury's prize goes to Habahur Adib of Morocco, the project Breaking Cooling System Utilizing Decent Energy Recovery.
Congratulations to our prize winner, Mr. Adib Al-Harhouri from Morocco.
مبروك تفضل.
Congratulations. Now, we're going to move on to third place award.
questions.
This didn't want to come out, but the third prize goes to González Azahara from Spain.
Congratulations.
Congratulations for our winner, González Azahara from Spain.
Bravo. وصلنا جميعا.
Okay, we're getting closer now. Second place award, still in innovation category,
goes to Jacques de Dixmude Adeline, forgive my African accent, from Belgium.
Congratulations, Wahani and
Congratulations for our winner, Jacques de Dixmude Adeline from Belgium.
Bravo encore une fois pour le deuxième prix.
Congratulations once again for our second place winner of the Innovation Award.
سيدات والسادة.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are their first place winner.
This category, first prize goes to Ladisi El Mehdi from Morocco.
Yes. Mabrouk.
Congratulations to Mr. Mehdi Ladisi from Morocco.
مبروك عليك.
Congratulations, sir.
Being with us this morning. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you for your help. Okay, congratulations to all winners for their creativity and for the dedication of making our roads more safer through their bold ideas, through the promising technologies showcased here today. It is clear that we are ushering in a future that is smarter, safer, and more responsible. Also, congratulations to our finalists, those hailing from Hong Kong all the way to San Diego and Chile, those who got to this final selection process with the presenters of 119 pioneering ideas on road safety. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's transition over to another celebratory segment of our event honoring outstanding achievements in cinema, projects related to road safety. These filmmakers who have harnessed the power of visual storytelling to deliver impactful messages to encourage behavioral change. It is our 10th edition of this festival. It's more than just a art platform. No, it's a global statement, a testament that cinema can be a powerful tool to raise awareness and save lives. Through film, we can tell stories, uncover truths, inspire change. Each scene, every frame, every dialogue can mark a beginning, a starting points for a safer future for us and generations to come. Without any further ado, I invite the festival director, Mr. Robert Trottin, to join me on stage. Mr. Trottin.
Bonjour.
Messieurs les ministres, messieurs...
Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, dear friends from road safety, as you can hear me, I'm going to speak in French. Now, yes, I can speak in English or even Arabic or even Wolof. I can talk Spanish. All these beautiful languages through which we have conveyed all our road safety messaging. But you surely understand me a little bit better if I choose French, and I'll reassure you I'm not gonna go over a minute. I would like to underline the quality of organizing this festival, the films, over 70 films that we have reviewed, the jury member under the presidency of Ms. Rilio, the president of the Global Forum of Road Safety, but also the quality of the candidates, these laureates that we will present progressively, starting from films that were the best in valorizing the SDGs, the UN SDGs, then the films that were considered by the jury members as most able to cover the 5 regions of the UN, African region, Asia Pacific, the Western region, of course, the Latin American region, as well as the European, American, and Canadian region. After that, the films will be judged on their efficiency when it comes to their road safety communication endeavor, social communication, education, road risk prevention within the professional realm, but also and mainly films that were directed and produced by young filmmakers to young audience. And at the end, as any respectable festival, we do have a segment of the best films based on juries' selection, those that were most efficient when it comes to internet users, and the winner would be the film that have received more than 3,000 likes between the last 2 days, which proves that, hey, these films are on our social networks. And then we will talk about the most valued film based on the public appreciation. And at the end, the most important films, they will get the jury's award and the first award. And then we will come to an end of our celebration of the World Festival of Road Safety in its 10th edition, second edition here in Marrakesh, right after the 2010 festival. And I can tell you very simply, this is the best version that we had, given the host, our host here, gracious host of Moroccan government. Thank you, Mr. Trotton, director of the festival. Right now, our long-awaited moment has arrived, honoring the winners, these visionary creators who have merged artistic expression with powerful messages when it comes to road safety. Let's go ahead and start with the category of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And right here, I would like to invite Ms. Molly Stoneman, Director of Projects and Partnerships at Yours. Welcome.
Give all the prizes of this category. Are you ready? Okay. الهدف الأول.
SDG number 1. The Sustainable Cities and Communities.
The envelope. Il me semblerait que M. Trottin l'a prise avec lui. Voilà, donc ça vient de ce côté-là.
Okay, maybe we're going to pick up the envelope from this side of this scene. Thank you. Thank God you're the director of the festival. You're already aware of the results.
Of the first winner of this category that we are going to discover all together. You can go over there.
It is my honor to announce, in the category of Sustainable Development Goals trophies, Sustainable Cities and Communities, the prize goes to the Alliance of NGO Safer Cycling Shared Space.
واو. إذن الفيلم تحالف المنظمات غير الحكومية ركوب الدراجات.
So the prize for the use of safe use of bicycles. We have information about this goal or the objective and the name of the winner each time. The second objective or goal, the second goal is industry, innovation, and infrastructure.
Development Goals Trophy goes to Industry, Innovation and Infrastructure from France, Intervention encore.
Bravo! Congratulations! الفيلم هو
The movie is Intervention en cours from France. Ongoing intervention. France. Congratulations.
Bravo.
Congratulations.
والآن نمر.
We now move to goal 3, which concerns decent work and economic growth.
The winning movie.
And the next winner in Sustainable Development Goal Trophies goes to, in the category of decent work and economic growth, to Portugal, prevention of crashes in rural areas.
Congratulations to Portugal. هنيئا إذن.
Congratulations to Portugal. And the film is Preventing Accidents in Rural Areas. So we move on to the fourth goal, and the film in this component is gender equality, and we shall find out who is the winner in this category.
From Tunisia, gender equity in vehicle safety.
Bravo. إذن الفيلم المساواة بين الجنسين.
So the film Gender Equity in Vehicle Safety, and the winning country is Tunisia.
مبروك, congratulations to Tunisia for this movie. Bravo, bravo. الهدف الخامس.
Fifth goal concerns good education or quality education, and the winning film is,
in the category of quality education, to India, Sandwich.
الفيلم إذن الخامس هو Sandwich.
So under the fifth goal, the winner is Sandwich, and the winning country is India.
Congratulations to India. Bravo. الهدف الأخير في هذا الشق.
And the last goal under this component is good health and well-being, and we shall now discover the winning film.
Congratulations. مبروك لسويسرا.
So congratulations to Switzerland, where the winning move is Emergency Call. Every second counts.
Thank you very much, Molly, for being with us this morning. وسنمر معكم الآن.
We shall now move on to another category. And of course, we want to thank all the participants in this Sustainable Development Goals category. So we move on to a different category within this International Film Festival on Road Safety, and that is the United Nations Regional Awards category. And to present these awards, I call on Mrs. Nawal Mutawakkil, former Minister and Olympic champion.
United Nations region trophies, Europe, Norway, Norwegian Public Roads Administration.
Congratulations to Europe. هنيئا لأوروبا في هذا الشق المتعلق بأوروبا.
So for Europe, we're honoring Norway, Norwegian Public Roads Administration.
Middle of the stage, thank you. Congratulations. Oui, bien sûr, toute la catégorie. أما في غرب آسيا.
Regards Western Asia, the honored party is Australia. This is for Asia Pacific. Honoring REACT.
REACT من آسيا والمحيط الهادئ وطبعا أستراليا.
And the country that is being honored is Australia with REACT under Asia and the Pacific.
Latin America, Caribbean, Brazil.
أمريكا اللاتينية.
Under Latin America and the Caribbean, the country that is honored is, or the winning country is Brazil.
من البرازيل.
Since we have no one from Brazil here, do we have the ambassador here? So the prize will be awarded to the ambassador of Brazil in Rabat. And thank you again for their participation, and congratulations to Brazil. So we have the winner from Brazil.
Thank you. سنمر الآن.
We now move on to our continent, Africa, and we shall discover the country that is the winner under this category. So the party honored in Africa is NARSA, which is the Moroccan National Road Safety Agency. Thank you very much. Thank you to our Olympic champion, Mrs. Nawal Mutawakkil. So congratulations to everyone. We now move on to honoring the winners in the various categories of this festival. And for this, I will call on Mrs. Dimbele Madina Sissoko, Minister of Transport and Infrastructure.
I think you have already the envelope ready. Vous avez déjà l'enveloppe prête pour quand.
So we shall discover together the winner for the best film for youth. And the winner is Jordan. And the film is called If We Don't Act Now. Congratulations to Jordan.
مبروك, congratulations. You can just sit. أهلا مبروك. أفضل فيلم موجه.
Best film for youth is If We Don't Act Now from Jordan. And now we shall discover the best film under the professional category. And the winner is Total Energy's Safe Driver, is the winning film. Congratulations to Total Energy.
إذن هذا هو أفضل فيلم.
This is the best film or the winning film under the professional category. And again, it's called Total Energy Safe Driver. We move on now to the best film for a local communication campaign. And the winner is Nigeria. And the winning film is Keep Road Safe Demand. Congratulations. Congratulations, Nigeria. As for the best educational film, the winner is Poland. For the film Safe Senior. Congratulations to Poland. And the winner is Safe Senior. And now we move on to another component or category, and that is the Internet Users Award. And this award will be presented by Mr. John Todd, the Special Envoy of the UN Director General for Road Safety. Mr. John Todd, if you could join us, please.
Good morning. Welcome. Are you ready to get like 5 or 6 prizes together? Are you ready to go for 6 or 5 prizes together? It will be like physical today. We are going to discover the winner with you. You have the envelope with the name, please.
Internet Users Prize with online voting to Nigeria.
The winner is Nigeria. So, Internet Users Award, online voting goes to Nigeria.
Congratulations again to Nigeria. Thank you very much. Yes. Bravo. Thank you very much, Mr. Todd, to keep him with me. Thank you. إلى جائزة.
Now we move on to the Audience Award. To hand this prize, I'm calling on Dr. Etienne Krug, Director of the Department of Social Determinants, the World Health Organization. Please join me.
It's one prize. One only. Please.
And the winner of the Audience Award is Ireland.
Bravo! Irlanda. دائما في إطار جائزة.
So the Audience Award goes to Ireland. A round of applause, please.
جائزة الجمهور.
So the Audience Award goes to Ireland. Now move on to the jury prize, and I call on Mrs. Luciana Iorio, President of the Global Forum for Road Safety and Chair of the jury. Would you please join me? So the winner under this category is Morocco with the film Be Different.
مبروك. أما الآن
And now to give the grand prize of the festival, I call on the Minister of Transport and Logistics, Mr. Abd Samad Qayyouh, to join me. And the winner is Brazil. This is the grand prize. With the film Peace in Traffic Starts With You. Congratulations to Brazil.
الجائزة الكبرى للمهرجان يحتفى بها.
So we're celebrating the grand prize of the festival, which went to Brazil. So we wish to congratulate all the winners and innovators regarding this theme of road safety for the outstanding efforts that they have made to enhance road safety and achieve sustainable development goals. We would like to thank all those who have contributed to the success of this event, and we look forward to further cooperation to make our roads safer, to make our lives more sustainable. Together we can make a difference and bring about a brighter future for everyone. We now move on to the last component of our ceremony, and that is the prize of Prince Michael Ofkin for road safety. This is one of the greatest prizes and awards in this area. This is a prize that was created by His Highness Michael Hopkins, and that it is given to the best innovations and ideas that promote road safety, and to all the parties and people that try to make our roads safer. It was His Highness Prince Michael Ofkin was supposed to be with us, but unfortunately he could not make it. And therefore, I would like to call on Dr. Etienne Krug, WHO representative, to join me and hand this prize. So to hand over this prize, Mr. Etienne Krug.
It's a real honor for me to hand over today 2 awards on behalf of a true road safety champion. His Royal Highness Prince Michael would really have loved to be with us this week. He attended, after all conferences so far, but sadly, and he regrets it very much, he had to miss this one. So he asked me to, on his behalf, award 2 recipients today. So I'm going to ask for your indulgence and your imagination. Try to imagine me much more royal and with a much better British accent than I would ever be able to do so. The first prize is going to the government of India in recognition.
إذن الفائز الأول أجاي تامتا وزير الدولة للنقل الطرقي والطرق السريعة من الهند والذي قدم مساهمة استثنائية في مجال
Ministry of Transport and Highways of India, the contribution whose contribution has been exceptional when it comes to improving the security of vehicles in the wake of the first crash test in 2014. The Ministry of Transport and Highway launched a new regulatory framework to assess frontal impact and lateral impact upon vehicles, and as well as implementing of ABS.
The best of any country in the world. Congratulations.
Congratulations again to India. Please. Congratulations again. Thank you.
And the second Prince Michael International Decade of Action Road Safety Award is going to the government of the Kingdom of Morocco.
Mabruk!
Congratulations.
This award recognizes the leadership of the government in not only its internal road safety program, but also within the African continent and internationally, as we've been witnessing this entire week, including with the organization of this amazing conference this week.
Mabruk Idan Ali.
Congratulations to the second winner, the Kingdom of Morocco, represented by His Excellency Mr. Kayou, Minister of Transport and Logistics for the Kingdom of Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Etienne Cook. مبروك للفائزين.
Congratulations to the winners. Thank you very much to all of you for your attendance, your support. We'd like to congratulate all the winners again and thank all those who have contributed to the success of this event. We can only but continue to commit to safer roads. Every initiative of each film contributes to a future without accidents, and I look forward to seeing you at the next event.
Thank you, Melinda.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think it's still morning, it's midday, good midday, and a very warm welcome to the closing ceremony of this fourth Global Ministerial Conference on Road Safety. Hard to imagine that these 3 intensive days are now coming to an end, is it not? We have had countless truly productive discussions on such a wealth of topics. We have heard notable commitments from stakeholders from pretty much every continent of the globe, commitments that will truly take us forward. And we have identified crucial next steps for achieving accelerated action to realize the central target that we have set for ourselves, namely cutting in half fatalities on our roads by 2030. And in that context, in the context of the way forward, it is now my great honor to hand over to our host for presentation of the central output of this conference, the Marrakesh Declaration that amounts to a blueprint for actions to realize the theme of this conference, namely, commit to life. Please join me in welcoming the Kingdom of Morocco's Minister of Transport and Logistics, His Excellency Abdessamad Kayou. Welcome, sir. You have the floor, Excellency.
Good morning again, my dear friend. As you have the translation, I will speak in French. Excellence.
Excellencies, Honorable Ministers of Transport, dear guests of the Kingdom of Morocco, it is an immense honor to be before you today as we conclude this important meeting. Over the last few days, we have all started constructive dialogue and exchanged precious ideas and confirmed our common commitment to make our roads safer. This conference is the result of 2 years of preparation. From inception, we have recognized the importance of a consultative and inclusive approach, which has led to a high-level consultative committee made of civil society representatives as well as private sector and academia representatives who have played a crucial role in organizing this conference. This committee has contributed to identifying the main challenges, the major gaps, and ensure that our conversations focus on the most urgent topics. This committee has also played a key role in designing the conference's declaration based on previous declarations, while highlighting those actions requiring urgent application, in particular, the Marrakesh Declaration. This declaration results in a lengthy collaboration including all stakeholders. It is not just a declaration of intent, but a call to action and a roadmap to significant progress in road safety across the world. The Marrakesh Declaration, dear friends, has been widely distributed and strongly approved for its vision and orientation. We have carefully integrated comments collected to ensure it is truly representative of all of those who have committed to road safety, be they national governments, cities, civil society, academia, private sector, and especially victims and their families, who remind us of the human cost behind each figure and hold us directly responsible for these disasters. This declaration reiterates the fundamental principles of strong leadership and sustainable financing and responsibility. The role of innovation, technology, and cross-cutting collaboration, as well as the unique challenges that each region is confronted to ensure that no country is left behind in our collective effort aiming to reduce the number of deaths and injuries on our roads. As the declaration will be distributed and published on the website, I shan't read it fully before you now, but provide you with a summary. With all my thanks, I would like to highlight the leadership of the Kingdom of Morocco when it comes to road security and rejoice in the decision of His Majesty the King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, for launching the Mohammed VI Prize for Road Safety, and thereby reaffirming the commitment of Morocco for road safety across the world. The emergency of the implementation of the World Road Safety Plan and guarantee sustainable financing of road safety, promote high security, strengthen cooperation at the world level, and of course this sixth point focuses on building capacity and transferring technology when it comes to road safety, in particular in countries with low income, with a special focus on Africa, and inviting the UN to adopt a resolution approving the Marrakesh Declaration and call upon the WHO to monitor progress made as part of the commitments in this this global ministerial conference. But the real impact will not come only of words, but mostly of action. Its importance will be felt in how we will transform these words into deed with stronger policies, a better deployment of safer infrastructure and mobility for the most vulnerable. It is up to us all now to implement these decisions. I would like to express my most sincere thanks to all those who have contributed to the drafting of this declaration, representatives of governmental agencies, civil societies, experts. Your contributions are priceless and bear witness to your efforts. I would like you to consider it all as a tool for the progress we seek. As we leave this conference, I hope we will all carry with us a renewed sense of urgency and responsibility. The Declaration of Marrakesh should not just be a speech, but a living commitment leading to real progress in our country and all communities across the world. Before we conclude, I would like to make the most of this opportunity to join all the other countries who have made commitments in the last 2 days to ensure that all drivers all motorcycle drivers have access to compliant helmets, and in support of this measure, any scooter or light motorcycle sold will include 2 helmets, thereby strengthening our commitment to protect life on roads. I would be remiss if I did not thank close friends who have contributed since inception to this event, Mr. Jean Todt, Special Envoy of the UN, for all his very laudable efforts when it comes to preparing and faultless support. Etienne Krug, the Special Envoy of the General Secretary of the WHO. I would like to thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you in the next edition. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
I must say that I am quite certain that I speak for all of us Lots of hands to shake. Dear Minister, I am sure that I speak for all of us in expressing deep gratitude for your country's profound hospitality in hosting this truly productive, spectacular fourth global ministerial. You had expected, I think, 2,500 participants, which is quite a number. And you have accommodated double that. You have accommodated 5,000 participants with such elegance, such generosity. We are truly grateful. And not only that, and may I say, in a world that is torn by divisions and tensions, you have created a true sense of community. You have given all of us the possibility, as individuals, as countries, as stakeholders, to communicate across boundaries and across borders, and we are so grateful for that. And ladies and gentlemen, as Minister Caillou has told us, it was strong collaboration amongst all of us, amongst all of you, across sectors, across stakeholders, that was absolutely crucial to shaping the Marrakesh Declaration. And connection has been a theme throughout this conference, both here on the stage, but also at all of the various events and networking and side events that you have taken part in. And linking up actors, forging those kind of ties amongst all of us is so important for this systemic integrated approach that we have been discussing here throughout the conference. Safe systems. It's through collaboration that we get there. And we've not only been talking about connection here at the 4th Global Ministerial, we've also been practicing it in our personal ties that help us to scale up and accelerate future action. And in that spirit, we have invited 2 committed road safety leaders who represent broader communities to now join us to share their goals and priorities for the future. And we begin with Lotte Brondum. She is Executive Director of the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety. Lotte, you have the floor, please.
Such an honor to be standing here. Dear ministers, dear dignitaries, dear NGOs, friends, road safety community. 10 years ago, in March 2015, the Global Alliance of NGOs for Road Safety, we had our global meeting here in Marrakesh. And at that time, I had the pleasure of working with the whole NASA team, with the minister at that time, with Mr. Boulajoul, Mr. Maffa. And here we are again, 10 years older, 10,000 WhatsApp messages later, and 10 years further into our common quest of saving lives. Thank you for your support to the NGOs. Thank you for your friendship. The NGO meeting back in 2015 here in Marrakesh was one of the parts of setting the stage for the Brazil meeting, the second ministerial meeting that took place in Brasilia later that year. And I went back and I looked into my notes from our NGO meeting here in Marrakesh, and I looked at what the NGOs had called for at that time. We had called for a stop of counterfeit helmets. We called for reducing speed, people before cars, less words, more action. We also heard a frustration of what the consequences would be and what would happen if our voice was unheard. And thinking about being unheard, I thought of the Greek myth of Cassandra. Cassandra was blessed with the gift of prophecy, of foretelling the future, but at the same time, she was cursed that no one would believe her warnings, no matter how accurate they were. And despite progress, looking back at what we called for in 2015, sometimes I must admit, and our NGOs must admit, that we feel like Cassandra. The NGOs show the realities. They show how pedestrians zigzag through busy traffic trying to avoid being knocked over by a speeding car. NGOs show how people are left behind, not knowing if the helmet I buy will actually save me if I am in a crash. NGOs warn about dangers. They predict tragic outcomes of inaction, and yet our voice often go unheard. 2,140 days, that's the number of days that are left in our quest to reduce fatalities by 50% by 2030. This ministerial meeting has been a great opportunity to address this, to commit to people, to commit to act, to commit to life. Road deaths are preventable. Every fatal crash is a name, it's a face, it's a story, it's a family torn apart, it's a preventable failure, it's a failure of accountability. We cannot and we must not allow this failure to continue. We committed to that in 2015, we commit to that today. And the Alliance call for evidence-based prevention activities. We call for backing these up by financing, and we call for involvement of NGOs sharing their realities and being part of the solutions. We need to build trust that we are committed to change, and we need to trust you, ministers, that you will do everything that you can, that lead on the needed regulation and a stop for influx of counterfeit helmets, for example. We need to trust that the cities you are part of building are for people, are for children, so they can play, that we can live and we can work there. We need to build trust that you're willing to make the change, that if I am in a crash, I will get the physical and the psychological help that I need. We need to build trust that human lives matter. Trust is earned, accountability is how we earn it. Ministers, you have the power to change, and change happens by commitment. We take responsibility, we make a commitment, and we find solutions. And the evidence is right here. 30 kilometers an hour, safe crossings, lower speed, quality helmets. These are not miracles. These are actual choices that can be made for change, and they're results of accountability. I would like to applaud those countries who have made commitments here, the 27 countries who made commitments here at this conference. But I also want to remind you that history will not judge you on what you say, it will judge you on what you do. So let's act, let's lead, let's be accountable. Let this not be a Cassandra moment where our foretelling is not heard. And you might wonder what happened to Cassandra, who warned about the dangers and no one listened to it. Attempting to prove herself right in her warnings, she took a torch in one hand and an axe in another. She was desperate and she was prepared to destroy, knowing what would happen if no one listened. We will not do that, but we want to make sure that when we look back at this conference, this fourth ministerial conference, we do not regret that we ignored the warnings. We, NGOs, we have a symbol. Call it our axe and our torch, and I would like to invite our NGOs to the stage, please. Please come up here.
Yes.
Please bring it up here. This is our axe and our torch, and it symbolizes our call to action, our call for commitments, and our call for safer streets. I'd like to hand it over to Honourable Minister Kayot as a reminder for our commitment to life. Thank you.
Est-ce que nous avons un microphone pour le ministre? Vous avez un microphone de main?
Thank you very much, my dear, for this a nice gift with the deep influence and responsibility that you give to us. I will protect him and save him, and in my office, you know, was freshly nominated since 3 months. I don't know where I'm going to leave, but it will stay in the office for a long time. For the next minister, and the ministry will take account of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lotte Brundum, and what a wonderful gift to brighten up ministerial walls. We hear now from a second community, a community that holds the future in its hands and which has reminded us on numerous occasions that it is deeply impacted by road crashes. As you know, road crashes are the leading killer of young people worldwide. So it is a very great honor and pleasure to hand over to Raquel Barrios, Project Manager at the World Youth Assembly. Raquel, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ministers, esteemed young delegates, partners, and friends. Today, we stand at the crossroads of change, where actions we take, the decisions we make, and the commitments you sign as decision makers will define the future of our roads and the safety of the generations to come. We are at the turning point. My name is Raquel Barrios, and I am the Executive Director of yours, Youth for Road Safety. I am not here to represent youth. Their voices are too diverse to be represented by one person. In fact, you might have seen them around wearing those colorful hoodies during this event. I'm here to share what I have reflected after the Third World Youth Assembly for Road Safety. 2 days ago, this event gathered nearly 200 youth from more than 100 countries to jointly adopt a bold and loud message. Through the Global Youth Statement for Road Safety, the message from the youth is clear, and I quote, "We are done with roads that take our lives instead of connecting them." Youth have been bearing an inherited transportation system that is killing 1,000 of them every single day. As much as road safety have made significant changes and progress in this decade, the next generation continues dying on the world's roads. These are your children, future leaders, and the society's most precious asset. Why? Why do we keep failing them? For decades, youth have been reaching out to work with you all, hand in hand, to solve this road safety crisis together. As the next generation of authorities, business owners, transport and urban planners, and other influential decision makers, you will inherit this world, and their road safety vision must be included to shape policies and strategies for sustainable, safe, and inclusive future. Through my colleague, who spoke in the first plenary session, we heard about the youth vision of transport and the bold ask that is made through the Global Youth Statement for Road Safety. Number one, safe mobility for everyone, everywhere. A transport that is affordable, within reach, and accessible to marginalized groups. The big call is for prioritizing sustainable and active mobility. Walking and cycling is a radical act of road safety in a world that glorifies speeding and vehicles. Number two, the streets designs for safety, sustainable urban designs, stronger helmet laws, dedicated infrastructure for 2- and 3-wheelers, and speed reduction. Number 3, transport that heals and not harms. This is an urgent ask to meet decarbonization goals, rethink electrification, and continue building a climate-resilient transport system. With this vision, coupled with youth innovative ideas, creative mindset, cost-effective thinking, and lived experience, we can introduce a future-oriented outlook that challenges the current road safety status quo, bringing tangible solutions to the most pressing issues in our societies today. For this reason, meaningful youth engagement is the ultimate asset of hope if we are to achieve a radical reduction in road deaths. It is time to recognize that the more voices, the more powerful is the sound. Youth are ready to join you as allies in tackling this global crisis and making road deaths history. It is clear to me that speeches, pictures on stages, and one-off involvement have not led to any significant change in engaging youth in road safety. This intergenerational collaboration needs to be systematic and requires investment, requires accountability, and political will. Progress isn't permanent unless protected, and I urge you all to systemically listen and engage with youth now. Don't wait until we're there. The time is now. We are all visitors to this space and time, this world, and we're just passing through. I believe our purpose here is to take action, learn, grow, progress, and then transcend. We're all here to leave the world a little bit better than when we found it, and this is the moment to do that. I invite all governments and decision makers to leave a legacy to the next visitors, committing to invest and make radical decisions with and for youth in policies and plans that ensure road safety become the norm and not the exception. Thank you.
Thank you. Could there be a more convincing expression of the fact that improving road safety is committing to life? We now move into closing words from our co-hosts. It's my honor to invite conference co-host WHO to deliver a closing message, Etienne Krug. You hardly need another introduction, but I'll give you one anyway. Director of the Department of Social Determinants of Health. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Melinda. Sorry, I'm back. Based the last time for this conference at least. Excellencies and friends, after 2 years of preparations and countless meetings, it is hard to believe that we are now about to close this important gathering. It's been a truly amazing event, and it's of course impossible to summarize an entire week in just a few minutes, so I will not attempt that. But if I had to summarize this meeting in one word, I think it would be vibrancy. The energy in the room, in the many rooms of this building throughout the entire week has been amazing. I've had the joy to co-create and co-organize these ministerial conferences since the creation. And although I don't want to take anything away from the conference in Moscow, in Brazil, in Stockholm, who all were amazing and who all have built on each other, it is clear to me that we've never before had such a large gathering, that we never before had so many ministers, that we never before had such solid content and so many strong commitments. Thank you to all for that. This is not the result of the work of one person or one organization or even a host country. For me, it's the sign of the solid evolution of our field, a sign of our cohesion as the road safety family, and a sign of the recognition of the need for road safety everywhere in the world. I, of course, want to warmly thank the Kingdom of Morocco for the amazing hospitality we have seen throughout this week. Thank you so much, Abdel Samad. Thank you so much also Thank you so much also to your team. Benasser et toute l'équipe de la NARSA, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the collaboration, NARSA, for the excellent work done.
All the ministers who came, despite what's happening around the world, you came in force and you came with commitments. Thank you so much for that. To all the survivors in the room, and a special mention to Mira, who spoke so well in the opening ceremony, but also all of you for your courage, for your support, for your energy. Thank you. To the NGOs and the youth, thanks for what you just said, both of you, but also the whole group. And the journalists, it was so great to have so many of you here. The work you are doing is very important to help us spread the message and to help us demand more action. And Anna, thank you to all of you that we never thank, our moderators, those who did the logistics, the interpreters, the technicians, etc., etc. Thank you. And finally, for those of us under threat in the current environment, my friends in the United Nations, of course, Jean, but also all of the other partners in the UN, the regional commissions, the bank, as well as, of course, my colleagues. I want to thank Nan and this entire team for the tireless work over many, many, many weeks. As was said at the opening ceremony and repeatedly, there should be a before and after Marrakesh. We had a fantastic conference 5 years ago, almost day by day in Stockholm. 2 weeks later, COVID shut down the world. We, of course, hope that this is not going to happen. This certainly was a big downturn of the energy that was generated in Stockholm. I think we're on a path here. The energy will continue. The after Marrakesh should build on that energy. The commitments that were made are so important, and I'd like to mention to all governments in the room, I think about 50, it's a bit more than was said previously, governments have already made commitments because they keep coming in, and there is a chance for governments to keep making commitments in the weeks ahead on the website or by sending them through emails. These commitments are important because together with the Marrakesh Declaration, they are part of the legacy of this conference. The Marrakesh Declaration is an important document. It shouldn't stay just a document on a website. It should turn into action. And for that to happen, it should become a UN General Assembly resolution and hopefully also a World Health Assembly resolution. So I invite member states to work on that. This conference has led to a change also in the way governments look at it. To be honest, it happens every 5 years, and there were not that many countries pushing at the door to organize the next one. This conference, I was approached by more than 5 governments who want to host the next one, and several saying, we shouldn't wait 5 years. We should do the next one in 2 or 3 years. So thank you for your enthusiasm. Let us take some time to digest, or we'll get back to you. Finally, I feel this week we have been living in a bubble, an amazing bubble of hospitality, of energy, and of like-minded people. We are about to step out of this conference in the real world. The real world is difficult. The real world is seeing budget cuts, is seeing tensions. As you go home, back to reality, as I go home back to reality, let's not forget the friendships we made and the energy that was created. That's what should drive us, and together we can make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Etienne Krug, for those very moving words. Now, to officially close this 4th Global Ministerial Conference, it is my great honor to hand over to the man who, on behalf of our host, the Kingdom of Morocco, has worked tirelessly for 2 years, as we have heard, to make this meeting happen and to make it a very great success. Please welcome with me Benazir Boulanjoul, Director General of Morocco's National Road Safety Agency, NARSA. Benazir. Congratulations.
Dear Ministers, Excellencies, Head of Delegation, dear colleagues and friends, dear road safety community. At this moment, words feel inadequate to capture the depth of what I feel. I am overwhelmed by the significance of what has transpired here over the past week. 5 years ago, when we stood in Stockholm, Kingdom of Morocco had a bold vision to host the next Ministerial Conference on Road Safety, making it the first to be held on Africa's soil. At that time, I wasn't certain that that vision would become reality. But over the past 5 years, we have worked relentlessly, overcoming obstacles, forging partnership, and pushing forward. And today, that vision stands before us as a powerful reality. The fact that this conference has taken place in Africa is more than symbolic. It is a testament to our unwavering commitment to addressing this crisis head-on. Yes, road traffic fatalities remain alarmingly high in our region. But this week, we have heard our countries step up and reaffirm their commitment. And more importantly, we have seen them move beyond words, taking decisive steps towards solutions that are locally driven, effective, and sustainable. But this is not all we have achieved. In Stockholm, we demanded greater financing for road safety. This week, we have secured commitment from countries, multilateral development institutions, and private sector leaders to invest in the action we need to save lives. In Stockholm, we called for strong private sector engagement. This week, for the first time, high-level business leaders came to the table, not just to talk, but to share experiences, knowledge, and crucially, to take responsibility for how they can be part of the solution. In Stockholm, we pushed for greater involvement for local authorities and cities. Yesterday, we saw that leadership in action, with city leaders reminding us that they are not passive implementers of policies. They are critical architects of national and global road safety strategies. In Stockholm, civil society demanded accountability. Young people demanded a seat at the table. This week, we have delivered. One of the most powerful examples of this is Blanca Lopez, the vice mayor of Guayaquil. She was not introduced as a youth leader, but in every sense, she embodies to the future of road safety leadership. Next month, she turned 25 years. She is proof that young voices are no longer on the sideline. They are driving this movement forward. I could stand here and list all what we have accomplished, but I will leave you with this. When we set out on this journey, our goal was not to hold another conference. Our goal was to take a decisive step forward to ensure that 5 years after Stockholm, we were not trapped in the same conversation, but moving with urgency and momentum toward real change. And we have done just that. This week, we have not only spoken about what needs to be done, we have mapped out how to get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the challenge ahead remains immense. We are still far from our target of reducing road traffic fatalities by 50% by 2030. But what I have seen this week convinced me that this target is within our grasp. I leave this conference more determined than ever. I know every leader here shares that determination. We will drive this momentum forward, not just toward 2030, but beyond, because 50% is not enough. Our ultimate goal is clear: zero death, because when one life lost is one too many. Mr. Jean Todt, the United Nations Secretary General specially involved for road safety, you have spoken of road traffic injuries as a silent pandemic. Well, I am here to say we are no longer silent. The world is awake. The time of action is now. Thank you so much. If you allow me, dear ministers, dear colleagues and friends, this conference couldn't success if we don't have very, very devoted person. And I have a thought to the leadership of my minister, but also all the team of the ministry and of National Road Safety Agency. And please give them a big applause. And I have a thought to the Secretary General of our ministry, to Mr. Maafa, to all the team, because I don't want to forget someone, but thanks to all of you for delivering this very successful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Benacer. Mabrouk. Mabrouk. Now, please don't leave us yet, dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, because first of all, we want to relive a few memories. I mentioned all those connections we've been forging, both here in this room, but also outside in the halls. We have a few images of some of those events that we can relive now, and following that, we have for you a very special surprise. So I will just say thank you to all in the room for your attention and participation over these 3 days, and to all of those backstage, all of those who've been working so hard to make our conference a very elegant achievement as well as a very productive one. And with that, I say very warm thanks, and I wish you good journeys homeward. Stay safe, stay healthy. Hope to see you again soon. Goodbye.
People does it take for us to understand how many broken lives does it take for us to stop. How important was that message? You couldn't resist to answer. How crucial this meeting was for you to drive so fast. How bad the helmet must look on you to get on your motorcycle without it. How hard is it for you to never forget your seatbelt, especially when you know your life and others depend on it. Small decisions that we make can either save a life or completely destroy it. Let us all sing together. Come into life. Take care of one another. Come into life. Let us all sing together. Come into life. Take care of one another. Come into life. My questions for the institutions, the one we trust with the right decisions, the infrastructures, the dangerous roads. We've seen enough accident episodes. Countryside or the mountains must commit to a mission. Red light here and there. Security is the duty we're all supposed to share. Sing it with me. All sing together. Come into life. Take care of one another. Come into life. Let us all sing together. Come into life. Take care of one another. Come into life. It's time for us to rise and know our priorities. Use our consciousness and take our responsibilities. It's time for us to rise and know our priorities. Use our consciousness and take our responsibilities. Sing it with me. Come into life. Sing it. Come into life. Come into life. Come into life. Come into life. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Come into life. 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 Come into life.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd ask you to stay. We're going to have the press conference right now. In the Royal Ballroom, so we'll have the press conference in the Royal Ballroom. On aura la conférence de presse dans la salle royale. C'est ça?
المرجو من الصحفيين الالتحاق بالرويال باروم. هناك ندوة صحفية. conférence de presse à la salle royale, Royal Ballroom, conference for the conference. Thank you. Remercier les gens, remercier la presse.